Alright, I just started the stream. Proofs in the pudding. Alright, welcome. Happy Monday. Got off the ground a little later than I wanted to today because I spent some time dealing with music stuff. And before I start, I want to give a giant shout out to Stream Beats and Harris Heller. I've been struggling. If you've been tuning in, I've been struggling to find a way to play music that is stream friendly. Most of my work videos so far have been labeled as not monetizable because of copyright. Now, I'm not really doing this for, to make money on YouTube. I very much doubt that would be a thing. But I really don't like the idea of somebody else running ads on my work videos because they, think they have some entitlement to the music that I'm playing. And so yesterday I found Stream Beats put together by Harris Heller, which is, hours and hours of music that's really put together just for this purpose, for streamers, because they recognized how difficult it is for streamers to find good music without it costing an arm and a leg in licensing fees. So I'm going to give that a shot today. Hopefully when I put it up on YouTube, I don't get any copyright strikes. Or claims, I guess, not strikes. Excuse me. I still have a little bit of my cough left over from last week, so pardon me if I'm coughing into the microphone again. So yeah, that's it about the music. I might as well go ahead and turn it on now. And most of it is, lo-fi beats, a few hi-fi, some lyrics-free rock jams, some synth wave, some chiptune. So it should be a good variety to keep us going and have some nice chill energy as we work. I'm excited about it, frankly. I haven't listened to any of the tracks. This first one is doing fine by me. So, where we left off on Friday is I had put together a new doorway for the swamp. As well as the iron door and the magic ward that makes doors immune to the open effect. So I was kind of struggling to figure out what I wanted to do today. Excuse me. And so, I was going back and forth about maybe I should work on some NPC models or some other new characters and stuff, but at the end of the day, it just made sense to go ahead and finish up this door project and get door jams for each of the tile sets. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do that by pulling in relevant walls that are typical next to these door frames. And hold on, I need to manage my volume here. There we go. I'm going to have the music nice and quiet for myself and pump up the volume for y'all because when I go mic off, I'll be listening to videos and stuff, and I don't need too much fighting in my ears between the music and whatever videos I decide to listen to. So anyway, we're going to start with the Labyrinth Doors. Going to make some nice sandstone block pillars. What up, Pegwin? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. And so I'm gonna make a door frame for the labyrinths, and that's what we're doing today. Or to start with, hopefully we'll get through all the doorways today. This isn't one of those features that anyone is asking for, and so I don't want to spend a ton of time on it. I already spent about half a day doing new door stuff last week, so if I can get all the doors out of the way with the rest of the day today, and hopefully moving on to more content later by the end of the day, that would be ideal. What up, Command Ops? Good to see you. I'm feeling a little better, not 100%, but better than I was on Friday. Thank you for asking. I'm psyched to have a music solution, so I don't have to worry about copyright claims anymore. But yeah, I'm just gonna get to work. Thanks so much for tuning in. Great to see you. And I guess yeah. I'll chime in if I have any thoughts as I work, as usual. Thanks again. Cheers. What up, Wall? Thanks for tuning in. Good to see you. At the beginning of the stream, I mentioned how I found a new solution for music. So we'll get to listen to lo-fi beats, and hopefully I will not get copyright claimed for these ones, thanks to Stream Beats, a great free service offered by Harris Heller. But yeah, tuning in. Just doing sandstone door frames for now. Who, Stream Beats? Oh, the Lo-Fi Beats channel. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I wish more people would get the game instead of it being 1 to 200 people max online at a time. It's really funny to read that. It's like, yeah, that'd be awesome if we had 1,000 people playing. Would love that. I'll you know, I've been holding off pushing the add 900 players button. You know, I just don't want to overwhelm the community. I'm just teasing. Yeah, I mean, one day maybe we'll have so many players that there will be frequent open lobbies. You know, as there's always somebody online about to start the game. But you know, that's a luxury we can only really pray for. So, you know, other than working as hard as we can to make the game as appealing as possible, and you know, marketing and whatnot. It always cracks me up how people give negative reviews on games and their only comment will be "dead game." It's like, what do you like? All you're gonna do is make fewer people play it. Yeah, I gotta download more players. What's up, Artisserie or Artie Cherry? Thanks for joining the chat or joining the stream. Appreciate seeing a new face around here. Gotta download more players. So you can see I've started with try to make more of like a brick pillar look for this one. Trying to give that sort of Egyptian stone vibe with a more rectangular column rather than the circular look that I went for the brick columns. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with this style for the door. I tried to add some detail to the top of the frame here that suggests that maybe it's got like a corbelled archway, which is just a fancy way of saying an arch was cut into brick. Thanks, Rome, for inventing corbelled arches. Yeah. I think I'm happy enough with it to duplicate it across the 4 angles and maybe see it in game before I decide to fiddle with it for any longer. I really prefer to get things in game as fast as possible, because once you see it in the context of the game itself, it's just any change you make from then on out is way better informed and is not based on guesswork anymore. It's based on, evidence, effectively. So that's what I'm gonna... So rather than, like, noodle on it for an infinite amount of time, I'm gonna get this one to a state where it looks, finished with its current visual design, and move on to the next one. In regards to the next one, I considered leaving the ruins doorway gray, because the floor in the ruins is gray. But when I stuck the blue brick next to it, it just becomes apparent how obvious of how major of a color change it is, going from one of these blue walls, which is common to be next to a doorway in the ruins, to these like bright gray columns. So I think what I'm going to do is actually I'll leave the interior part of the arch right here gray, and then I'll have the outside of it be a blue fluted column, which is similar to you see columns in the ruins that are wall columns in the ruins, and so I'll do something like that style for the doorways in the ruins. Anybody want to let me know how the audio levels are? I listened to some of my a little bit of my previous streams over the weekend, and I felt like my voice was a little too quiet compared to the music. At the same time, I'm not talking for most of the time, so having the music be too quiet, I think, is also a bad thing. So let me know if you have any commentary on that. I'd appreciate it. All right, well, I must say that I think that this door frame turned out pretty good. It looks a little bit more like a stack of baguettes or hamburger buns than I intended. But once you throw like an iron door in there, or any door, I think it's pretty obvious that it's, you know, the pillar is made out of worn stones, and I think it looks pretty good. I think maybe I'll. I mean, part of the problem is that is that they really have a lot of space in between the bricks. I was trying to make it look like the bricks were a little bit more rough hewn than the gray ones, but that makes it look less like a singular pillar and more like a stack. And I don't really like that stack look. So maybe I could just clean that up a little bit here. I think that's better. I'm gonna go through and add a little bit of asymmetry to the details here, because I don't like it being too obvious that it was mostly duplicated. I don't like to waste effort either. Like a little, I think using duplication to speed up the work is usually well worth it, but a little character, a little asymmetry, I think goes a long way. So I'm gonna spend a little time painting in some asymmetry, and then I'll look at moving on to the ruins doorway. Welcome to the bread bank. We sell bread. We sell loaves. We got bread on deck. Bread on the floor. Toasted and roasted. Hi, Ink. Happy Monday. Assuming it's Monday your time. I don't know. Might be Tuesday over there. Okay, by adding a few split bricks on each side, I feel like this looks asymmetrical enough. And so I'm going to be happy to move on to the Ruins door frame. Just taking a second to admire our work. And why don't we spawn the brick wall next? Look at that. It just seamlessly looks great. Just right alongside there. Wow, what a great time we're having. Let's let's make it truly seamless and push it back by 1 voxel, because right now it's a little bit in the way. Like this, maybe. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Make door handles on a door golden for the labyrinth. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of having unique doors for each tile set. Right now, I'm just doing frames, though, because that to me is more important, is just to get the frames done. I may or may not go back and do unique doors. You know, the thing is that the door itself has gameplay, and so so I want to make sure that any like, as we have different kinds of doors for different game situations, I want to make sure that that is solved first before we start making unique art for the different tile sets for doors, if that makes sense. I see there's these little black spots that I left in somehow. Yeah, that looks great. Get the iron door on there. That looks way better. Like, I love how that iron door looks in there. Just because of the contrast with the black door. So cool. Man, and I love how that wall looks just rolling right into the door frame. Bread Bake reference. Hell of a Boss diner commercial. Oh, cool. Well, it did look like a stack of bread before, so I'm not offended. Alright, we'll save this, and then turn off the wall, turn off this frame, turn this frame on. We're going to go ahead and copy this frame. Copy. We're going to make a new one. We're going to call it Ruins frame, and then paste. Boom. And then let's get that blue brick in here. Let's move this blue wall a little bit backwards, because as we just discovered with the labyrinth, it wasn't a great seamless placement. Boom. TF2 version of Bread Bank. Alright. Alright, going mic off. So this pillared door frame for the ruins is obviously a lot simpler than the labyrinth and swamp ones in terms of how much has changed. It may look a lot smaller, but I think that's just because I kept the interior gray brick, which again I think is good for the ruins. The ruins is gray and blue, and so I think this will look appropriate. So let's get a door in there. Of course, the iron door looks rad. Let's get the regular door. Yeah, I don't know. I call this a very simple success. Maybe I should go in and do a little bit of asymmetry painting like I did on the other. So it'll be just a minute before this one is finished as well. And then after that, I guess I got the underworld and hell. Hell, I actually may... Thanks, Penguin. Citadel door frame. Orange and blue. That's an interesting idea, Ink. Yeah, but it would probably stand out and look like it wouldn't belong, you know. So I'll probably just make it... I'll probably still pull in reference from the walls, the Citadel walls. That's okay, man. You know, as a game designer, especially when I'm on a larger team, it's extremely important to me to be open-minded to all ideas, because you never know when you know what you're going to be inspired by. Like, for example, you know, take your idea of having them themed after the Orpheus and Eurydice. You know, maybe as I'm building it together and getting sort of that tinkered wall look, like maybe there's a little place for a flourish, and I could put a blue gem and an orange gem in there, and it might just feel like it makes sense. So, you know, anyway, that's all just to say that, like, I love hearing ideas no matter what they are. I don't like shutting down ideas to be like, wow, I can't believe you would propose that. That's a stupid idea, because I don't think it's helpful. And you know, it's pretty well proven that if you crap on somebody's ideas, all it does is discourage them from sharing them, or not just their ideas, but when somebody takes a risk by proposing something or going out on a limb with an idea, and you punish them by like calling them stupid for it, they're less likely to share ideas in the future, and that just means you get fewer ideas, and you know, let alone the morale hit of making somebody feel dumb, which is like, that's never helpful. If you're working on a team of people, just like be kind, and you know, not every idea is great. That's okay, but that doesn't mean they can't be heard, you know. So no ideas are stupid. I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. That's one of my favorite vines. I'm not really a Vine guy, but I love that one. I can't believe you've done this. All right. Mic off. What up, Garvikin? So, well, by the way, before I comment, obviously I've, hue shifted the Ruins, door frame to be a Hell door frame. I did that mostly because, Hell's bricks are the same as the Ruins bricks, but red. So I felt it was going to look suitable for that purpose. So regarding like when or if these will go into the game, it's really more about when one of our programmers will have the time to alter our code for doors so that they automatically change to one of the different looking door frames based on the current tile set, or if they alter the door sprites themselves, and then I can go through the levels and use settings within the door sprite to pick which door frame is used. It's not really attached to any specific content ideas or content release as much as it is just I'm preparing to have this art so that it's available whenever it can get in. So I doubt this will make it into our initial releases, unless like during our bug fixing periods, our programmers have just extra time to fart around and alter the art or alter the door sprites so that they have this new behavior where each one may potentially be each door may have a different appearance to it based on where you are. Sorry, I'm realizing the way I'm talking probably sounds really scatterbrained, as I'm just trying to think through what it would take to get these in the game. But the short answer is that there's no explicit reason why this would make it into one release versus another. It's just a matter of when we have time. I don't know if you've seen the new NPC models that I did, so that our named champion enemies will have different models than the standard versions of them. So this is kind of in the same boat as that. It's just something that makes the game look better, and we'll get it in when we can get it in, hopefully. What's up? Zamer the X, I think is how to pronounce your name. You did not see the NPCs I made? Oh, well. Probably later this week I will be working on some of those models and even testing putting them into the game and making sure they have the right kind of animation files. And when I say putting them into the game, I mean replacing the original models so that I can set up the model to be consumed by the game properly, and then it would then be a programming job to go in and actually replace the real model whenever that enemy spawns. But I can get ahead of the pack and from the content perspective and prepare them to be consumed by the game, if that doesn't sound too morbid. Thanks for coming and hanging out. X, I'll just call you X, because that's like that's kind of hard to pronounce there. All right, so we got the Hell frame and the red brick, the Ruins frame and the blue brick, Stanley Q brick. I'm gonna delete these bricks because there's no reason to have them in there right now. Now that work is done, can get rid of this too. I'll get rid of this cobblestone. All right. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break here, and move on to, I guess, Underworld and Caves, and then Citadel door frames. Given how fast this has been going, I'm pretty confident I can get them all done today and then move on to something else. So anyway, I will be right back. I hope you enjoy the music while you wait. Alright, I'm back. I see Garvakin, you're saying, is just worried that the update becomes just more and more work. I'm not quite sure what you mean. But yeah, I mean, I don't... None of us at Turning Wheel want this update to take longer to come out. And so all these art changes and stuff that I'm adding in, if any of them require a programmer to spend any time putting it in, that does mean that we're potentially delaying the update so that we can add more art. Now, I do have a feeling that we'll get the release out for Steam, and that'll include getting Steam Deck verified, hopefully, and that'll be meaningful. That'll be our first release of this big update, and it's going to be a few weeks after that, or maybe even a couple months after that, until the Switch version gets updated. And so I think there's a good chance that as we work on all the logistics of getting it to release for the Switch, that that some of these other smaller changes, like just visual updates, will make it in for the initial Switch launch. And to me, that's pretty high value, because it's going to be the first time a lot of new players are exposed to the game. And so if the game is just more polished and it has more art and in some cases more visual feedback, I think that it'll be better received on the Switch, and hopefully will make us more money so that Turning Wheel can be sustainable after that Switch launch. That's really the goal, is to make sure that we can keep working for Turning Wheel, and we kind of need the Switch version to perform well in order for us to stay working full-time. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go get another job and then start working part-time again for Turning Wheel. Nobody wants that. I won't be able to stream anymore. And then what will you do with your Monday afternoon? Or late night, or wherever it is. Whatever time it is where you are. Alright, I'm going to grab some reference for the Underworld and Citadel and start working on the next frames. What up, Kapler? Good to see ya. Hey, glad you like the music. Yeah, the Discord is great. As you can see, I'm launching the level editor right now, and that's because I don't quite recall the scheme that I used in the level design for the underworld for how doors are usually set up. So I don't know if I should put bones on the door frames or purple pillars. And so I just want to open up the an underworld level to find out. World. How about this? Okay, so we're using purple stone. So actually using these little purple pillars might be our best bet. I think I'd like to integrate maybe a skull or two onto the pillar, because I think it'd look rad. And that's all the reason I need. Is because I like it when stuff looks rad. That's kind of what artists do. So let's go ahead and import the purple tiles. Purple diamond square tiles. Excuse me. Coughing. Alright, going mic off. I'm going to do some purple work. From a dev perspective, what do I think about the AAA game industry? Well, you're talking to somebody who has probably spent half of my career in AAA and the other half in indie, and kind of everything in between. So, I mean, I suppose one could argue that I never really worked for the biggest AAA companies. Like, I never worked for an Ubisoft or Activision studio. I have worked for Microsoft, being one of their departments, but in one of their departments. I worked for Undead Labs, and but at Undead Labs, we were, you know, very isolated in that it was a 70-person team. So that was like that's sort of the size of a premier, like high-end indie team, or I shouldn't say indie. I should just say independent. And I guess what can I say about it? Well, for me, just to stick with what I know and what's important to me, I really like working intimately with other team members. I don't like being part of a giant soulless machine that just pumps out a product and, you know, somebody hands me my tasks and I do them and then I clock out at the end of the day. I like to be deeply engaged with the games that I'm making and the people that I work with. And so that means that I am drawn to smaller teams, and as a result, that also means that I'm drawn more to indie development. Now, I think I think the AAA game industry is very cool, and I think it's very important. All of the important technology work takes place in the AAA scene, and us indies benefit from that advancement. So, I don't, you know, I don't hold any ill will towards the AAA game industry. You know, even as they do crazy stuff with like weird monetization models, I'm not mad about that. Like they're experimenting. They're trying to figure out how to make this industry as profitable as possible. And if the industry's not profitable, I don't have a job. So I'm okay with that. Like even if it might seem distasteful to be like, oh, loot boxes or whatever, like to me, you got to figure out what's going to keep keep us employed and keep the audience flush with great new game content. And that means, you know, figuring out ways to make money. So even though I don't like loot boxes, I don't pay for free-to-play games ever. I never spend any money on a free-to-play game with their weird monetization models. I'm not mad that people are trying stuff out with that. But yeah, when it comes to just me and how the AAA industry affects me, I like that, you know, AAA studios are often a bit more stable, and, you know, so you can get better benefits and better pay. But creatively and socially speaking, like the social dynamic of work, indie is just more fun. It's just, I really like, you know, one of the reasons why I make games is because I like making stuff. I like it when the work I do has an extremely visible impact on the end result of the product. And so, you know, if I spend 2 years working on like one level because, you know, the levels are massive or something in a giant open world game, and so that's all I can do, then there's like the whole rest of the game that I haven't touched. I feel divorced from the product when you're on a team of that size. So is Gas Powered Games not AAA? Gas Powered Games, I would say, was a premier independent studio. So it was independently owned and operated by Chris Taylor before it was sold to Wargaming. And so that was sort of in the same boat as Undead Labs until Undead was bought by Microsoft. So at its biggest, Gas Powered Games was like, as far as I knew, maybe like 110 employees, which is very big. But you know, if you look at the real AAA studios, they're 500 people are at an Ubisoft game or at Rockstar or something. And so just you might call it a single A studio, but it's not a AAA studio. So the games themselves, I mean, it really just depends on the game. Like, I love Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal's a great game. I have lots of hours in Doom Eternal. I was looking at my my Steam games last night, and I was like, man, I should hop back into Doom Eternal and do some more of that Horde mode that they added, because I haven't done it. I've only done it like once or twice, and but you know, when it comes to like the Assassin's Creeds and you know, the Maddens and the Call of Duties, to me, I just get very bored with those. It feels like the same game over and over again. If I feel like you played one, you played them all. So I more go for unique titles. Like, I'm glad I've played one Call of Duty game. I'm glad I've played one Assassin's Creed game, but I'm not going back for seconds, thirds, fourth, fifths, and tenths. You know, can't buy Doom Eternal. That sucks. Anyway, fun question. Good sidebar. Sorry I can't work and talk at the same time. I mean, I probably could, but my responses would probably be pretty interrupted. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is coming together nicely. I like it. Excuse me. I'm going to experiment with adding a skull to the center pillars. In addition to the asymmetry pass that I've been doing on all of them so far. I think this blends better with, you know, the skull wall than it does the purple tile. For the most obvious reason being that the purple tile has a split right in the middle and this doesn't. I could add that split to the middle, I think, without it looking odd. So I may try that as well. But I also like the idea of that being where the skull is. So, yeah, I'm going to try a few things. See how I feel about it. Yeah, really coming along. It's funny, like, the size of the pillar makes a really big difference to how much work it is. And that's just a symptom of it being made out of voxels. Like, each voxel I place is a little bit of work. So the more voxels there are, the more work it is. And the ruins and hell frames went by really fast. Because look, I actually made the pillars smaller. They're actually made out of less voxels than the original one. Because I really wanted it to blend smoothly into the wall next to it. This one took a little bit more work. Man, it's good to see it. It turned out good. This one was very experimental, so this one took quite a bit of work too. But it's also big. I think it's big like the this Underworld one is. Yeah. Underworld is actually the biggest one so far. Yeah. Blue like an electric. So the speaking of the Underworld, it might seem silly to put so much work into the Underworld one because it's, you know, the players play it so little. If you're really dedicated to the Underworld, you'll play 4 levels of it, which is as much as any tile set is used. But most of the time, you'll only play 2 levels of it or 0 levels of it. So putting a bunch of work into the Underworld is kind of you know, it feels maybe like it could be considered a waste of time. But I'd actually really like to invest more time into the Underworld and making it a cooler tile set by adding more level chunks to it, adding a secret level to it. And so I have some hope that eventually the Underworld will see more play. Do I have any bad habits? I mean, yeah. I bite my nails. I'd rather that I didn't bite my nails. And if I'm not biting them, then I'm kind of picking at them, you know? So I think I've reduced how much I bite on them, but I'll be doing this kind of thing and just sort of picking at the rough edges of my nails. I don't know. That's the first one that comes to mind. Thanks for asking about my bad habits. I didn't like how that split turned out, so I took it away. I see your suggestions, Garv. I'm being kind of careful with messing with the pillar itself right now, just because I want to be able to turn off the skull easily. But I'll go ahead and save it. I do think it's likely that if I want to pursue this idea with the skulls, I'll need to push them into the pillar somewhat. What do you guys think about making the skulls not made out of bone, but more like they're a relief sculpture or something? Like with this green stone, or you could make them purple. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I think I kind of like the green better, or even could do grayscale. I don't want to do gray. Yeah. I think them being a sculpture makes some more logical sense than them being skulls. As a hunter, is dragon's mail important? I mean, it's really hard to answer that question. It kind of depends on how your character growth has gone. I mean, it's great. It's a great piece of armor. Arguably the best piece of chest armor in the game, and the only other way to get bonus regen aside from a ring. So, yeah. That said, I don't think I've died to Orpheus and Eurydice playing as the hunter. Like, I haven't had a big problem with them. I've died to close quarters combat with, cockatrices as a hunter. Because if you get stuck in close range with the cockatrice and get cornered, there's really not much you can do. So, oh, you got a blessed region ring. Okay. So, okay. Purple like the wall, you said. Yeah. Okay, so making them just a little bit brighter here so they stand out. Oh yeah, you remember my Cornelius, yeah. Cornelius was a good boy. He was too pure for this world. This song is amazing. I feel like this... I don't know, it's about right. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna brighten up some of the purples. Sounds like we're on a bit of a synthwave kick here, which is fine with me. Managed to get these skulls on the pillars taken care of. I'm tempted to add a little bit of asymmetry via the skulls, but I actually think that it would make these doors a little bit too recognizable. They have a ton of detail on them already, and so adding asymmetry would, I think, it's like, yes, the top left skull always has a crack in it, and the one on the bottom always has a yellow eye, you know, like. So I think I'm just going to leave it as is. I think it looks pretty good, if I do say so myself, and I do. Get rid of that. And there we have it. So. Yeah, looks good. Oh my gosh. I just realized I accidentally put the door in the mesh. That's not good. Maybe I can undo my way out of this problem. Yes, I was able to undo my way out of this problem. That could have been bad. I mean, it wouldn't have been that much work, but any extra amount of work I'm happy to avoid. Thank you, Kapler. Yeah, you want the underworld to feel spooky, right? Some skulls. I got this idea actually from my work on the Halloween mod. I put skulls on all the gray door frames for that. And I remember thinking at the time that I thought it looked really cool. And I would like to, you know, I've been thinking about doing new door frames for a really long time now. Might sound silly that I'm like preoccupied with stuff like that, but I've been thinking about it for some time, and I think this is definitely the right application of the idea. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff from the mods that is kind of like made us think about adding more content to the game. Like the mimics, obviously, I did that art just so that the Halloween chest would look spookier, but we plan on adding them to the game probably at the same time as DLC 3. So anyway. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take another quick bathroom break here. That frame took me a lot longer than the previous 3, I think. So I need to do, caves and citadel, and then I believe I'll be done with all of the biomes, which is great. I think both of those have the potential to take up some time. For the citadel, I will probably use the big copper columns. Or brass inlaid columns, whatever you want to describe them, as a basis for their door frame. I might also make it look less like pillars with the door inside. I might make it look more like an archway that's flat across the front. And then for the caves, I'm probably going to load up some of those levels because I believe that when there's doors, I usually have them next to pillars. So oddly enough, the Citadel doorway and the Caves doorway might be the same, because there is some overlap in those tile sets in a similar way to the fact that there's overlap between the Swamps and Mines tile sets. So anyway, enjoy the music. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick and I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. Got a very small snack for myself. Something salty again. I'm also drinking a cola. So we'll see how my throat handles all that. Okay, so rather unfortunately, there is a mix of of cave rooms with copper or brass pillars, and ones with cave walls. And the reason why that's unfortunate is because it means I can't just pick one. You know, if we, in theory, if all the doors have the same kind of context, then we could just have the game automatically replace the doorways based on the biome that you're in. But because this is a mixture of, you know, some Citadel style doors and some cave style doors, it means that we're gonna have to come up with probably a more brute force method of assigning doorways. Ultimately, what that looks like is me going through every door in the game and probably adjusting its appearance value, if that's how we implement this. So that's okay. It means I'll. It does mean though that I'm making a caves doorway and a citadel doorway, and they're different things. That's fine. That's kind of what I planned on doing anyway. All right. Good to know. And definitely the Citadel. Let's open up the Citadel. Citadel 01. Citadel sometimes has pillars and sometimes is right next to tinker walls. I think I will act like it's always on pillars, though. I think that'll be the most universally logical. Yeah. All right. Is Orpheus somebody who can say kaboom? I don't know. That's a bit of a playful word for him. He's a very serious sort. But even very serious people become playful from time to time, so I don't know. Pretty funny, though. Thanks, Garvikin. I'm trying to work out how to make a caves door. You see on the right, I've made this harsh line with this straight up and down support strut. Part of that is because in order to blend with the organic shapes of that rock, I would have to like match it exactly. And because the wall might be a bronze pillar, it might be a crystal wall, it might be one of these blue rock walls, I just can't rely on what that wall's gonna be. And so instead, having a nice vertical strut cut off the visible organic connection, and then I can expose rock after that, and that rock can look like whatever I want to. I'm hoping to kind of get the best out of both worlds. So, yeah, it's coming together to look kind of cool. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I'm happy to brag on this again. At the beginning of the stream today, I mentioned that I've been struggling to find good music that I can stream while I'm working. Because whenever I upload it to YouTube, it always gets flagged for DMCA or copyright claimed. And so I had tried doing some Spotify playlists that were supposedly DMCA approved or, you know, royalty free or whatever. But all those kept getting flagged as well. But I did some searching yesterday, and I found a service called Stream Beats. That's really just a collection of music by a YouTube. I believe he's a musician. I believe that's what the majority of what he does. Named Harris Heller, who specifically put together a collection of hold on a second here. Of music just for streamers to use, because of how pervasive of a problem that this is, where people just can't find a way to affordably stream music while they're streaming video. So yeah, I went to Stream Beats and I downloaded all of the music that they have on offer. It says that they will never pursue a copyright claim for their music. So if it happens, then it's like, you know, somebody being shady with, you know, claiming music that isn't, that they're not entitled to claim. And yeah, it's just, I don't, how many, it's 600 songs for almost 23 hours of music, all for free. And the genres are synthwave, chiptune, lo-fi, some hi-fi, some lyrics-free rock, but the vast majority of it is like lo-fi, chill beats. But yeah, it's freaking great. I love it. This is exactly what I was hoping for. And it's crazy because like just any service at all that would let me stream royalty-free music would be good. For my own personal standards, it would have to be lyrics-free because I just can't work on a lot of stuff with lyrics in it. I get very distracted by lyrics, especially bad lyrics. But it just so happens that with the synthwave and lo-fi hip-hop and that stuff in here, it's like this music perfectly appeals to my tastes. So yeah, very lucky find. So look it up, Stream Beats and Harris Heller. I'm sure there's many other artists that contributed to his collection, and I'm just very grateful. Hello, hello. What's up, Wingsung? Hey, welcome to the chat, Black and Wingsung. Good. Thanks, Kapler, for continuing to hang around. Sorry that Ink kind of pieced out, and maybe because I was like so engrossed in my work, I wasn't responding and gave Ink the idea that I didn't appreciate the commentary in the chat. But everything's great. I've just been very focused on this door. This is a very unusual door. I've given it the shiny copper frame that attaches sort of to the bronze inlay stuff at the bottom. I've gone ahead and duplicated it all around to the each four columns. Because it's rock under there, I'm very tempted to go in and add in a lot of asymmetry. I probably should add some asymmetry. It's going to be a little bit more work, but it's the right thing to do. Gosh darn it, it's the right thing to do. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll move on to, hopefully, the Citadel. I'm actually getting closer to the end of my workday than I had hoped to be at this point. These door frames, especially like Underworld and this one here, have taken longer than I thought they would, so kind of held up on the work here with these door frames. But yeah, we're going to keep churning through it and hopefully get it all done. Sorry, I was loading up some stuff to keep my mind entertained here. Will there be a German translation? So right now we currently have excuse me. We have committed in our Kickstarter to supporting translations better, because currently Barony doesn't support translations very well. Right, we don't have the resources or the expertise right now to do translations on our own. But we're hoping to make it easy to change languages without having to mod the game. And then we can hopefully source some translations from the community. So the short answer is that we can't promise a German translation, but we would like to do everything in our power to enable a German translation. Hey, what's up, Hank? Thanks for coming back. I mentioned you earlier. I was like, I don't know where Ink got the idea that he wasn't welcome. Maybe it's just because I wasn't responding. I was very focused on my door, so I wasn't really responding to or reading anything at all. So, anyway, as you can see, the cave frame here. It's pretty late your time, isn't it? Don't feel bad about going to bed. I'm not so desperate for the attention that you have to deprive yourself of sleep. So when I am, not so bad. Yeah, I've been up later and streaming. But yeah, I'm just about to dive in and add some asymmetry to this cave's door frame before I head into the Citadel. And I'm going to be working a little late today because I didn't quite get as many of these door frames done as I thought I would, which also means that I'm not going to be moving on to any other models today besides door frames, which is kind of a shame, but what are you going to do? Back to work. Cringe! Aw. That's alright. I know. We all act a little silly from time to time. All right, I think that is that is probably enough asymmetry for me. Only a few voxels difference on either side, but as long as you look at them and they're not identical, I think it does the job for asymmetry on like these rocky kind of textures. So, you know what? Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's funny. There's all these little crevices where like odd shading can hide. So I'm just gonna fix that up real quick. And let's change that one. Yeah. All right, looks good to me. I think we have our cave's door done. Doorway anyway. And there's what it looks like with a wood door in it and an iron door. And put some vines and grass on it. That's a little over the top. That's a lot of color. Not that I'm against color, but boy, that's a lot of color. All right, so. All right. With this next one, I think I'm going to try the idea I mentioned before, whereas I'm going to really kind of try to flatten it out, make it a very, you know, most of these have had pillars that rotate inward, and then there's the door frame. I think I'm going to actually have one come all the way to the front and be flat, like it's machined, and that's appropriate for the Citadel. IMHO LOL. So, I'll save that Citadel frame, and we're gonna turn on bronze columns, get rid of cave wall. I don't think I actually need any other. I mean, maybe I'll grab another column, bronze columns alcove, maybe. Or maybe I should bring in one of the Tinker Wall things. So like arcane pipes gold. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Let's put that on the other side. I just happened to slam that in exactly the correct spot. So if I can work those you know, like a panel into this or something, I think it'll look good. So let's give it a shot, shall we? I've never heard of Hell of a Boss Inc. My oldest does play Friday Night Funkin'. I wasn't really aware of anything that wasn't for kids about it, which is, maybe there's something about it I shouldn't know. It just looked like a rhythm game with cartoons in the background. But if there's more to it, then maybe I need to know more. I think I'm gonna try to steal the door frame from this, because I think it should, or like the copper part from the inside. I mean, the sort of empty slot kind of part of the frame. I don't know where my selection went. Hey, thanks, Cap. It was good to have you around. Appreciate your encouragement throughout the stream. You have a good one. All right. Cheers, Inc. You have a good one. What is up, in-game GF? I did not expect to see you here. Yeah, I'm here just putting together some door frames for Barony. Just to give you a little bit of insight about what variety we've already... That's right. Yeah, door frames! Most exciting subject on the planet. We got one for the underworld. Here, let's turn off this stuff. We got this one for the ruins. We got these one for the hell ruins. We got some sandstone door frames. We got some swampy door frames. And yeah, so that's... So right now we're working on the Citadel. Which is like a machine magic haven for steampunk wizard dirtbags. And you gotta have a fancy door frame if you're a dirtbag wizard. If you know what I mean. We all be needing our machined door frames. So I'm bringing in some textures from the game to reference and get the similar color, so when you're in the level, the door frame feels like it fits appropriately. So that's kind of the objective here. I'm actually getting close to done with this door frame because I tend to duplicate it across left, right, and then front, back. So as I finish out this column, we're getting closer and closer to done. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm actually, once I'm done with this door frame, I'm gonna be out. But I appreciate you asking. I just streamed my workday, so I started several hours ago, and I'm wrapping up kind of soon. Yeah, pretty much. Some days the work I'm doing isn't really great for streaming. Like if I'm doing design writing or something, then I won't stream that because it's a lot of me just hemming and hawing and then typing. And I would get pretty distracted if there was people in the chat. But when I'm doing art or level design, I do this. My work's on YouTube if you want to check out any of my previous work days. I think the first stream that I put up, it's all on the VODs too. I think the first stream I put up was a level design stream. I do some play testing from time to time too, which is fun to watch. Because, you know, it's just playing a stinking game. Something you know a thing or two about. Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't have stream alerts. You know, I haven't been streaming that long, and I never really thought about it as a career, but if I keep doing this every day, you kind of never know how many people might want to tune in, so I should probably get my act together to get some stream alerts. But yeah, thanks for following. It would be awesome to have you around again. And thanks for the follow. I actually don't have any idea how many followers I have. This is how great of a streamer I am. I have no idea how many followers. Well, I'm been experimenting some with this door frame. It's it's tricky. These this sort of bronze and copper, like brass mix of the materials in the Citadel is like pretty. It's a pretty like high contrast collection of colors, and so the shading can feel a little extreme at times. And I'm trying to walk the balance, so I'm kind of having to noodle a little more than the previous door frames. I think I am slowly improving it as I go. I just don't generally like to noodle as much as I have been noodling on this one. So part of me wishes that I picked a less complicated theme for this door frame, but what can I say? I'm trying to... It's got to fit in with the Citadel. That's its whole thing. So let's simplify some of the colors a little bit. Let's bring this one up. Yeah, like that. Go. And I'm gonna add a little shadow into this area here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, actually, I like that a lot better. Looks like the door's got some kind of like machinery attached to it. Just kind of the whole point. Man, these are some great tracks. Gotta really thank Stream Beats for an excellent collection of music that they provided. Oatmeal, Warwick Zero, Youngles. Hey, welcome. Hey, thanks for coming to the stream. I'm just over here doing voxel art, you know. Yeah. Raid! This might be the first time I've been raided. Thanks for coming. Let me introduce myself to y'all. I work on an indie game called Barony. I started working full time doing this recently. The game has been out for several years now, but we're working on a major update to bring the game to the Nintendo Switch, add split screen, and really polish the UI. In addition to a lot of other fun stuff, but because I am an artist and a game designer and not a programmer, I end up a lot of times doing the kind of work that just improves the quality of the content in the game, while a lot of programming work needs to get done. And so, and so right now, like all the door frames in the game have the same look to them. And that's kind of boring. And so I've been working on making every tile set, just like a lot of dungeon crawler RPGs. The game has different tile sets that you as you descend the dungeon, you run into new kinds of environments. And so I'm making those environments door frames look unique. And it's funny, something as mundane as door frames, but man, we're adding a lot of thematic quality. So you can see. Heck yeah, I'll talk all day about door frames. But you can see on the left and right, we have previously these stone door frames on the right. That's what all of our door frames look like right now. And then on the left, we've got our wizard citadel steampunk stuff. And so I'm making a steampunk door frame, homies. That's what we do here. We make steampunk door frames. Yeah, thanks, Debs. Appreciate the commentary. Yeah, man, thanks again for the raid, Giffy. Appreciate it. Wood door frame again. Hell yeah! Alright. So I'm actually getting pretty close to done with this frame because I'm going to duplicate it across front, back, side to side. Add a little shine. But I gotta take care of this. See all this flat color? That's boring. We don't want that here. So we're gonna keep doing art. Just because I started working full time doing this indie thing just a few weeks ago, I decided why not stream all the work I do. So if you want to see somebody do the design and art side of game development, feel free to throw me a follow, and I'd love to have you around. But I stream most days as long as I've got art or level design work to do. So if you want somebody in the middle of the day to come and peep and, you know, get an inside look at some game development, that's what I'm doing. Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, sorry I don't have any like alerts set up. I'm pretty new to streaming, as I mentioned. What's up, Fun Boat Zone? With Doorframes again. Yeah, much in the way of lore built up for the game. Yeah, there's quite a bit of lore. The game is, you know, it's a few hours long. It's a roguelike dungeon crawler with co-op multiplayer, and so the mission, as much as any other sort of dungeon crawler RPG's story goes, is to get to the bottom of this dungeon and kill the evil lich that's been making life hell for everyone on the surface. So there's a lot of lore about where that lich came from, what the town was like before the lich came and ruined everything for everyone. So there's a lot to deep dive on, but it's not like a narrative adventure game. This is a roguelike. It's all about the gameplay, about the co-op action, and the fact that because it's a roguelike, you can play it over and over again and still have a great time. Lots of lots of different play style stuff to uncover, new tricks to try as you learn more about how to master the game experience. So the game's, as much as it's got lore, it's really more about the gameplay and how you can play, you know, however you want, and be really creative in the kinds of solutions that you come up with as you play it. What's the difference between a roguelite and a roguelike? That's a good question. Some people might give you a different answer. My answer to that question has to do with how much progress is saved. So I would say that in a more hardcore roguelike, you end up not saving progress from run to run, which I know for some people is kind of a turnoff, but I really like that because I know that no amount of grind is going to save me. I just have to get better at the game. And that means that literally any run could be the run you win. It means everything you learn is a real lesson. It's not about like, oh, I'm just not leveled up enough. It's about like, oh, do I know how to use my items properly? You know, when I encounter this kind of enemy, what's my strategy? It's not about just like, if I play for long enough, I'll eventually have enough HP to beat the boss, which is kind of how I feel about a lot of roguelites. And as a result, like once I beat a roguelite, I kind of never go back to it. But when I beat a roguelike, I'm excited to try different play styles and play it again. And especially with multiplayer co-op, it's you know, what kind of team can we put together? Can we beat it with a team of all wizards, or what if I played a healer and you played a wizard this time? You know, how could we succeed? Blah blah blah. So yeah, I kind of like how arcades were back in the day. That's right. Your kids are obsessed with learning how to game design. That's cool, Youngles. Well, I've been obsessed with game design for ages. I started modding games when I was about 11 years old. I started modding on like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom 2. And so ever since then, I've been kind of obsessed with video games. And I'm lucky enough that I've been able to forge out a career and finally now forge out a, you know, working on our own thing. Not having to work for the man anymore, you know what I mean? Wolf 3D was your first PC game? Yeah, it was. Wasn't my first, but it was definitely. It might have been my first first-person shooter. Yeah. All right, so let's get rid of the bronze columns. We're gonna have to texture the back of this. As you can see, we're just kind of doing some shading here. I think I want to put in some bolts, like this or something. And we'll throw a shadow underneath it to kind of sell the idea. Modding Roblox. You know, it's so cool. If something like Roblox existed when I was a kid, I would have been like over the moon for it. There's so much cool stuff you can do in it. And especially if you're getting new to the scene and trying to learn and figure it out. Something like Roblox is super cool. Like, I wonder sometimes if I had something like that when I was a kid, if I would have gotten into programming. I feel pretty fortunate that I can make games without having to be a programmer. Back in the day, that was just impossible. But I'm flying by just my artistic and creative design skill kind of alone, which makes me pretty grateful that I have the career that I do. Yeah. Trying to learn how to mod Minecraft, that's cool. You know, our game gets compared to Minecraft a lot just because it uses voxels. And, you know, fair enough. I don't really expect everyone to... Like, for a lot of people, Minecraft is the only voxel game they've ever seen before, so I don't resent the comparison, especially because it's such a well-loved game. But I guess the only thing I kind of resent about it is that we weren't trying at all to clone Minecraft when we made this game. And so sometimes I get a little offended when people talk about our game like we jumped on some kind of Minecraft bandwagon. I'm like, no, we didn't. We're clever and original. We didn't copy anybody. Of course, the truth is that we took a lot of inspiration from NetHack, one of the original roguelikes. Our creator, the creator of the project, Sheridan, he refers to NetHack as the Holy Bible because it's really just it's that important to roguelikes, and like as the roguelike genre is concerned, there isn't a game that's, I mean, arguably other than Rogue, there isn't a game that's really more important than it. Anybody here play Spelunky 2? If you haven't played Spelunky 2, I'd bring it up because even though that game's a... okay. Dude, Spelunky 2 is crazy. You will die so fast in that game, but it's got co-op, got online co-op. It's like if you took a roguelike and then mashed it together with Super Mario World or something. It's a side-scrolling platformer. Then somewhere in the middle you get Spelunky. And Spelunky 2 is just sort of like the advanced version of Spelunky. And hey, I think the inside of this door is looking pretty done. I'm pretty happy with that. Maybe I'll put a seam right here, so it doesn't, that color doesn't exist so long here. But the reason why I brought up Spelunky is that even though it's like a side-scrolling platformer, so you're like, oh, it has nothing to do with the original, the original roguelikes and NetHack. There are enemies in that game that are really only in that game because they're like from NetHack. And they behave similar to NetHack enemies, even though it's like a side-scrolling, not a top-down dungeon crawler or whatever. Of course, Barony is a first-person dungeon crawler, so some people might say it's not very similar to Rogue or NetHack. But that's why, like, the inspiration of roguelikes is so cool, because really, like, the secret sauce of a roguelike is, like, procedurally generated levels and permanent death. And the reason why that matters is because, hey, now you get to replay the game a lot because you die frequently, and because the levels are procedurally generated, you don't get bored because it's like a new game every time you play, which is what I'm sure all of y'all have seen in other roguelites. Speaking of roguelites, I really love. Well, thank you, Giphy. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best over here. I'm doing my darndest to make a cool door. I don't want no boring doors in my roguelike. So let's just paint some on the outside. It's really rare for the player to see the outside of the door, but if they use like a digging spell or something, you can actually uncover the backside of a door, so I do have to have something back here. And that's one of the other things about really complex roguelikes is that there's always some crazy strategy that the player can get caught up in, where they do things you don't expect, and that's kind of what makes it fun. It's because you can invent your own strategies, coming up with combining the different complicated mechanics that the game has to offer in ways that maybe even the developers didn't think of. Because they work systemically. It's not scripted, or there's not a lot of special cases. It's more just like, hey, this item does this thing, this other item does this other thing, and when you use them in sequence, this thing logically happens, and the game is just programmed to allow that kind of stuff to happen. It's pretty cool. I am succeeding. Well, thank you. You're very generous with your encouragement. I appreciate that very much. And I love this work. So some of the first work I did when I was modding games was, I was redoing pixel art work from Wolfenstein and Doom, and so I really learned how to do pixel art technique effectively from artists at id by copying their work, by painting over their work, seeing how they got cool shading, or how they got their shading to look cool, I suppose. That's a better way to put that. And so coming back to my roots here by doing this pixel art style of voxel modeling is, I'm very comfortable. I feel like I'm 11 years old again. Except for now I'm making money. Okay, let's get boom, boom. Look at that. Okay. I am pretty dang happy with this. Let's check some of our shading around here. All right. Yeah, let's get some shading. Shade it up. Dang, dude. That's definitely the fanciest door in the game. So, now here's what we'll do. I gotta get the top of this too. Sorry, I can't neglect it. Can't neglect it. I want to move on and show you the finished result. Bow, bow, bow. I'm digging this music. Stream Beats has been a huge lifesaver for me being able to have some kind of music on my stream without all my YouTube VODs getting copyright claimed. Yeah, okay, perfect. Thanks, I appreciate that. Let's put a little shine here. Everybody likes a little shiny. Okay. So we're gonna turn off this other texture here. This door's wild. Okay. It's just so crazy thinking of how basic our doors were, and then I'm passionate about cool-looking doors. That's what I live for. So I'm gonna capture this quadrant. Oh. Perspective was not kind to me. Let's, There we go. That's what I was looking for. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this. Boom. Flippy. Alright. We flipped it around. And line it up. This is a free tool called Voxel Shop, made by a programmer who calls himself Black Flux. And I'm very grateful for this program because it's a lot like a mix between Maya and Photoshop, which is just makes it way easier to deal with. There was not much of a learning curve. Yeah, I might have to go ahead and delete the other parts of the door here, because it's fighting. As you can see, it didn't quite duplicate the way I expected it to. Let's just do it like this. Okay, we know that that is the halfway point. Will the gray bits not be inside a wall? Well, they may be, but because the player can use a digging spell or a tool like a pickaxe to break away walls, it kind of matters what it looks like in there. I would prefer that it didn't matter, but it does. I mean, as a player, I'm glad it matters. But as an artist, it's a small pain in the neck. Yeah, they could uncover it. We also have enemies like the Minotaur, who's just this brute, and he can just crush his way through the dungeon, chasing you down. And so he'll just break through walls too. Let me see. Does my iron door fit in there? Looks like it does. Yes, it does. Okay. So now I have to dupe it again. Let's get rid of our iron door. Paste. Tempted to just riddle the inside of wall with Easter eggs. That's a funny question. I do try to put as many Easter eggs in the game as I can, but I'm kind of careful about what kinds of Easter eggs I put in. I'll admit that the Minotaur wears a loincloth, and I was tempted to hide a certain type of Easter egg in there. I chose not to. Because I know if it got found, it could cause a stink. Like, back when Bethesda's Oblivion was released, you know, that they got rated adults only because there was a non-removable, like, burlap bra that all the female characters were wearing. But because modders were able to go into the model and delete the bra, it revealed, like, photo-real nipples under there. And so then the game got raised to an adults-only rating until they corrected it. So, like, yeah. I don't want to cost our company any money. You know what I mean? Okay. So, blessed modders, that's right. And you know, Barony does have Steam Workshop support. So we do support modding in the game. And there's some pretty cool mods up there. I think one of my favorites has to be the Tim Allen mod that replaces every sound in the game with a Tim Allen grunt. So that's one you can't miss. That didn't look how it was supposed to look. The Tim Allen grunt is a blessed sound, in my opinion. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. Alright, that's close. Alright, and then we just gotta get the middle duplicated. That should be good enough. We'll just flipsy dipsy and Poe. Is that correct? Got it. All right, there we have it. We have our finished Citadel door frame. Wow, what an intimidating door frame, if I do say so myself. You know, it's not often I'm intimidated by a frame for another object, but I may indeed be intimidated by this one. Looks like we've got a little bit of cleanup to do. Yeah, underneath, we've got these holes in the model. I don't know how that happened. That's okay, that's easy to fix. What is up, Fun Boat Zone? That is a fun name, might I add. It's beautiful. Aw, well, thank you. I am doing my best. Yeah, I'm just repainting this. I think it'll be faster than trying to recopy and paste. This playlist has been great today. All right. So, I'm curious if any of y'all have a Steam Deck. I pre-ordered a Steam Deck the day that it was announced. I pre-ordered the fancy pants model with the fancy screen. Excuse me. And it's coming on Wednesday. So I'm all hyped up about finally being able to get my hands on the Steam Deck. And that's one of the things that we're working towards, is making the game just work awesome on the Steam Deck with, you know, way better controller support and all that. I think this door frame is the right size. I'm gonna summon my door. Door! I require you. Yeah, that looks like it's the right width. And our wood door. Yeah, looks right. Something's just a little weird about the shading. Didn't quite duplicate the way that it was supposed to in there. Not that it's that big of a deal. Let's clean it up, though. We're professionals. We don't leave messes. Not when we can account for it, anyway. All right. All right, folks. I think that's a door frame. So I'm gonna save this. I guess while you're here, it might be fun to showcase through some of the other art we've been working on. I'm gonna open up. Thank you, Steps. Yeah. So this is what I worked on Friday. One of the things I worked on Friday. These are locks and keys. Currently, the game doesn't have these kind of themed locks and keys. If you ever played those really classic dungeon crawlers like Dungeon Master or Eye of the Beholder or Lands of Lore, you would always find like a gold key, and then somewhere in the dungeon there'd be a gold lock. So this is a new feature that I'm hoping we can add to our next DLC, where we're going to add a new path to the game where you can find new areas. And so maybe not just in that area we'll add these locks. Maybe it'll be added to the whole rest of the game, but for the DLC we would add that feature to the rest of the game. Ominous vibes. Yeah, look at that. He's gonna eat that key. And of course we got a button here that doesn't require a key. Bronze key, crystal key, silver key, tinkering or brass key, and then the stone and emerald key. Which is like more keys than you could ever ask for. Anything else I can show off for you? The gnome. So these wings are just for laughs. But this is what our kind of what our gnome characters look like in the game. Except for this one I've made naked, and the reason why I've made him naked is because I would like to. Well, we'll see. The community and I and some of the members of our team are thinking we, excuse me, may want to make gnomes playable in our game. Currently, humans are our only sort of like normal fantasy race. All the others are like monster races that you can play as. You can play as a vampire or an automaton or a goblin or an insectoid. Excuse me. But we're looking at maybe adding gnomes. And so normally our gnomes have like a pointy red hat and like a blue outfit with a belt and buckle shoes and stuff. But I made this naked version of the gnome because if it's a player character, you have to be able to equip it and unequip it. So that's what he's doing here. I'm excited about that. Currently, the gnomes in the game are kind of like an infamous monster because they have lightning staffs, and if they catch you off guard, like, you can get annihilated really fast. I put together these gremlin models. I've got male and female gremlins. And one of the reasons why I made them is because they're the same height as the gnomes. And so if I redo a bunch of armor so that it fits gnomes, and we have another short race like gremlins, then it'll fit gremlins too. Keep the wings. That's really funny. The winged gnome. Yeah, and I guess, that might be all to show off. Let's go back to the doors. Yeah, so that may be about it for me today, folks. I really appreciate the raid, Giphy. Thanks to everyone who stuck around. Yeah, for sure. And again, if you want to just tune in and watch somebody do pixel art, voxel art, and level design, that's what I do. Actually, before I let you go, why don't I show you what the level design process kind of looks like so you kind of know what to expect. This is our level editor loading. I made this loading screen art, by the way. There's a lot of loading screen art. But let's load up like one of our secret levels, like the, I don't know, the Great Castle. So it's a really simple top-down editor, and it's got like a kind of a visual and text scripting language. So if you see all these lightning bolts, that's because there's a lever that attaches to something down here, and then you can scroll through the ceiling and floor layers of the map. And so each one of these layers is individually painted by me or another level designer. Oh wait, it looks like, are we showing the right? Is the right thing showing up on the screen? Yes, there it is. Sorry, I'm watching my stream playback and it's a little behind. So then if I press the F key, boom, I can go into first person mode. And this isn't exactly what the game looks like, but it's pretty close. And so it lets me get an idea of what the level's gonna feel like when the player plays through it. These gravestones get replaced with a 3D model when the game is running, just like how you can't, you know, these lightning bolts don't actually show up in the game when you're playing. The player can't actually see those. And here, can I turn it off? Here, let's view. Let's turn off our sprites. Oh, they're already turned off. That's okay. But you can see I've got like a little waterfall here, and one of the secrets allows the player to break open the waterfall and find treasure inside, because if there's a waterfall, obviously you have to be able to have treasure in there. So when I'm working on levels, it's just a matter, it's not that different than watching voxel art in that, you know, you can just build a wall and build a room, and I want a door on that room, so I'll copy this door and put the door there. And, you know, doors are really important. Yeah, Fun Boat Zone. You're totally right. The level editor is actually pretty similar to a Wolfenstein 3D level editor because of it being a tile-based level design. So it is not that different from designing levels for Wolfenstein. Yeah, waterfall secrets are enforced by law. Yeah, if not man's law, then natural law. It should definitely be enforced. Let's open... It's having a hard time opening. Why is that? Can we open this? I might have created a bug. Let's try to open up the Minotaur Maze. Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is one of the secret levels. Most of the game, of course, all the levels are procedurally generated, made out of bits of levels that I or another designer has designed. But some secret levels are static, and that's where we can do some more scripted encounters. So in this Minotaur Maze, you steal an orb, and then the Minotaur chases you down, trying to kill you to take its orb back. And so it's a bit of a race and a chase. Yeah, there's the Minotaur on the bottom right. Good eye steps. So yeah, you know, the game definitely looks cooler when you're playing it, but having a first-person feature in the editor like this makes it really easy to make changes and test on the fly. So, man, now I have to... I'm curious what... Okay, there we go. For some reason, this level wasn't loading before. This is, I think, will be the last level that I showed off But this is a level where you sneak into a vampire's castle, and I've set up teleporters in the game that look like ladders, so that it feels like you're ascending his tower. So you go in through the front gate, and there's lots of undead and stuff to fight in here, some ghosts and stuff. And then there's a ladder here that takes you up to the next floor. I believe you appear, where do you appear? Right here. And then you go through the hallways and you can fight through the bedrooms. And then you go to the next ladder, which takes you up to the next floor that has a library in it. And so there's a lot you can achieve with like smoke and mirrors in a game like this that basically has 2D maps to make it feel like a three-dimensional, meaningful space. Yeah, the red floors, and yeah, it's all very emo. So, anyway, so hopefully this gives you a taste of the kind of work that you can see on my channel. I think I'll be doing more voxel art probably for the rest of the week. I've gotten the door frames done today, which is a huge win. No more door frames, but I still have some character work to do. Yeah, thank you, Stebs, and thanks for showing up. Everyone who joined on the stream today, big thanks again to Giphy for stopping by with the raid. Really appreciate it. And I hope you have a fantastic freaking Monday. Be good to yourself and be good to others. Love you. Cheers. Bye-bye.